truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone, just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. I hate all this overthinking. The more I swim, the more
Hi everyone! I'm gonna have to use my PNG today for a little bit because we got Zelda in here, we got Calcifer being a cranky butt. Gracie's in the bedroom of theirs because she woke up on the wrong side of the bed. So she's getting more rest.
No. Downside up.
Downside up is right, especially for Gracie. Oh, is my PNG? Oh, there's my PNG. Alright. Cow. Edo Blossoms. Switch here. Grab that. There we go. Shh. Excuse me, I had to spend a few minutes being stupid. Okay, we're going with Souji Okita, second half of his story. Quote, do work, they just are being fucky with appearances. So, if you have something funny or wholesome or whatever the hell you want to quote it, go ahead and quote it. Exclamation quote, space, add, and then what you want to use. Winter of 1864. In order to find my father, with whom I'd lost contact, I, Chizuru Yukimura, visited Kyoto. In that city, I bore witness to a horrifying secret hidden within a group called the Shinsengumi, a fury, a creature with white hair and crimson eyes. Luckily, I was saved from the vicious clutches of the Furies by Okita of the Shinsengumi. Because I had discovered the Shinsengumi's secrets, it was proposed that I live with the Shinsengumi men since they were also searching for my father. As such, I was to serve under Hijikata as the commander's page, a role performed proudly, so thus began my life with the Shinsengumi. I'd heard rumors, well, whispers really, that the Shinsengumi were little more than a bunch of crooked ronin, but my life with them proved otherwise. Their commitment to protect the safety of Kyoto made them the last of a dying breed, true samurai. Okita had a penchant for aloofness, and it was difficult to get a good read on him at first glance, but his swordsmanship was unparalleled, which honored him with the distinction of being the Shinsengumi's captain of the 1st Division. A while ago, I discovered Okita's secret. He had contracted a case of tuberculosis. Day by day, his condition would worsen, soon becoming so unbearable he could barely rise from his futon. In a desperate measure to regain his strength and wield his sword once more, he drank the water of life to become a fury. At the time, the fate of the shogunate was threatened by the Satsuma Choshu, which later accumulated in an inevitable battle for control of the nation. Our chief at the time, Kondo, had an attempted assassination performed on his life, which worked to demoralize our forces in one of our darkest hours. Behind all of this was Kaoru Nagumo, a person who I later realized was my long-lost twin. Okita's loyalty to Kondo bloomed into a thirst for revenge for Kaoru's actions. When it came time for the two to battle, Kaoru shot Okita with a silver bullet. Unfortunately, the battle ended in favor of the Satsuma Choshu, and the Shinsengumi were driven from Kyoto. They set sail for Edo in hope for a new start. Hi, King! We're just getting started. I love how each prologue is slightly different to accommodate the different character that we have been pursuing. It has been over 4 years since I last set foot in Edo. Hearing the bustle of people passing in a familiar dialect was comfort in the chaos of my return. Honestly, I had barely any time to process what had happened in Kyoto, let alone give myself time to reacclimate to the city where I had been raised. Okie dokie. It's just the beginning, so we've got time. Ads start in 10 minutes, by the way, guys, so we got that coming up. Something else entirely had me preoccupied. I softly opened the sliding door, careful as to not wake Okita, and I peeked in to check on him. So the reason why Okita was not healing from his wounds the way he normally should have as a fury is because Kaoru made sure that the bullets that shot him were silver bullets, which means Kaoru knows of a weakness that everyone else does not, of the Furies. Unfortunately, this means that Okita health is still not going to be the greatest. We were staying in a hiding place that Dr. Matsumoto had arranged for us. For now, this was to be our temporary home. He was still bedridden from his injuries.
Potato, 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 potato,
Oh my God.
Hey.
Moving proved to be difficult for him still, as he would wince even at the slightest provocation. Back in Kyoto, Okita risked his life by jumping in front of the path of a bullet speeding towards me. A normal human would have died then and there. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. I mean, you did the timing right. I was beyond relieved, of course, that he lived, but there was something that still bothered me. I looked at him, watching his face twist from the agonizing pain he must have been experiencing. Okita! Gently, I wiped sweat from his forehead. It hurt to see him in so much pain, but all I could do was wait and pray. I was curious about something, however. Although a bullet wound was nothing to scoff at, Okita was a fury. A wound of this severity should have, with his condition, healed a long time ago. Both Sana and Heisuke seemed confused by this as well. I held his soft, trembling fingers in my hands, clasping them tightly for comfort. Sometime later, his eyes slowly fluttered open. Oh. He blinked sleepily, and his gaze drifted over to meet mine. Eventually, his eyes gleamed and he nodded. Suddenly, I felt self-conscious and my palms became a little clammy as I shifted my line of sight. How are you feeling, Okita? I tried to keep my voice cheerful.
まあ、昨日よりは楽になったかな。
Are you sure? You aren't just saying that?
信用ないな。君だって一応医者の娘なんでしょ。僕が嘘を言ってるかどうかぐらい見抜けるんじゃないの。
I'm sorry. It's not that I don't trust you or anything, Okita. He had a point. Compared to last night, Okita seemed to be improving in his condition, and even speaking seemed to inflict less of a strain on him. I could appreciate this much at least.
もう日は暮れちゃった。
Yes, it has. Do you want to get up?
そうしようかな。寝たきりだと体もなまっちゃうしね。
I helped steady him as he sat up, conscious of his wounds. He winced as one of them twinged, and then he turned to look at me.
そういえば千鶴ちゃん、聞きたいことがあるんだけど、いい？
Sure. What is it?
僕が目を覚ましたとき、君が必ずそばにいるのはどうして？
You what? Ow. All right, hang on. Here, give it to him in the most awkward way. I had expected him to ask about how Kondo was doing, or how about any of the other Shinsengumi members were. However, his question blindsided me, and I found myself on the spot without anything to say. However, Okita seemed to take pleasure from my surprise, and he stared into my eyes.
黙ってないで答えてよ。どうして？
Well, is that a bad thing?
別にそんなことは言ってないけど、そんなに僕のことが心配なんだ。
Well, of course. I mean, the reason why we're even having this conversation about your condition is because of me, Okita. Can't move him around too much, honey. He just wants a nap. Besides, I don't have to go to the bathroom anytime soon. We're fine. Okita pursed his lips, looking off to the side in a fit of feigned indifference.
君をかばったからね。僕を看病してくれる理由はそれだけなんだ。
What? I couldn't tell if I was imagining things or if he actually seemed off-put by my presence. However, I didn't have the time to think about a response.
ま、それならそれでいいけどさ。君、僕の看病にかまけてほとんど寝てないんじゃない？
That's not true. I'm resting well.
本当に？
Of course. I mean, I was thinking of a convincing explanation when...
今の言葉は嘘です。雪村君は連日寝る間を惜しんで沖田さんの看病をしています。少しは休息を取るよう沖田さんからも言ってください。
だってさ、休みなよ、千鶴ちゃん。
Okita and Yamazaki had never gotten along. I can't believe you'd both gang up on me like this.
何言ってるのさ。君が悪いんじゃない。いくら僕のことが気になるからって昼も夜もなくつきっきりなんてさ。
What? Can't stop thinking about you.
ほら、文句言わないで部屋に戻って。子供はさっさと寝なよ。
沖田さんのことは俺が見張っている。君も少しは休んでくれ。
Of course, I had been worried about how Okita was doing, but I didn't know that my behavior became a cause for concern for them too. I mean, if Yamazaki were the one actually suggesting that I take a breather, I think I will rest a little bit then. Please call me if anything happens. It was almost 2 steps out the door when I got the sense something was off. Okita's eyes rolled up into his head and he collapsed to the floor unconscious. Thank you, Yamazaki. That expression is priceless. Okita? And with that, we're going into ads. Bye, guys! Are you guys ready? Alright. I immediately bolted to him, lowering myself to the ground to try and lift him up, but he moaned unintelligibly, and his breathing was labored. Yamazaki, Okita's...
雪村君、ここを頼む。俺は松本先生を呼んでくる。
Okay. No sooner had I nodded my head before Yamazaki dashed out of the room. Hang in there, Okita. The doctor will be here soon. All I could do was tuck him back under the covers and wait silently.
先生、どうだったのですか？
傷が開いたわけじゃないから心配はいらんよ。大方、体力も戻っていないのに無理して起き上がったりしたんだろう。倒れたのはそのせいだ。
Oh, really? What a relief. I let out an uneasy sigh. But even if he was okay, I still regretted allowing Okita even thinking about exerting himself. If only I realized he was fatigued. As I tossed these thoughts in my mind, Yamazaki's brow furrowed.
"松本先生、なぜ沖田さんの傷は今に至るまで癒えないのでしょう？"
Oh wait, why is this not... There we go.
"羅刹となった身であれば、たとえ銃で傷を負わされてもすぐに塞がってしまうはずですが。
こうじゃないかと見当をつけてはいるが、あくまで私の想像に過ぎんぞ。
構いません。お聞かせください。
Dr. Matsumoto looked at the two of us and silently nodded before speaking up.
お前さんたちも知っての通り、波の武器で羅刹の体に傷を負わせることはできん。
Right. The spot where Okita had been shot was a small one. As long as he wasn't shot in the heart, it shouldn't have affected him as much as it had.
しかし、沖田君の傷は治っておらん。沖田君を撃った鉄砲の弾に何か仕掛けがあるとしか考えられんな。
The bullet?
そういえば沖田さんを撃った弾は銀でできていたと聞いています。
Silver? Why would they use such a valuable metal?
もしかすると、それが原因かもしれんな。
So what does this mean for Okita? Dr. Matsumoto turned to face the door of Okita's room.
幸いにして命に別状はない。沖田君の体力を信じるしかないな。
What?
なんとかしてやりたいが、私の医術はあくまでも人間用なんでな。行動さんなら、もしかしたら羅刹の傷を癒す方法を知ってるかもしれんが。
Right. Of course, my father had been doing Fury
どうし
research.
た、雪村君。
There may be some information about the Furies in the house I grew up. I mean, my father did his Fury research here under orders of the shogunate, right?
そういえば、君の家は江戸の外れにあるんだったな。
Maybe I'll find something useful. Alright, I'll head over there tomorrow. I turned to look at Yamazaki. My time in Kyoto was often under the close watch and control of the Shinsengumi, but this had to do with Okita's health. Neither Yamazaki or Hijikata could possibly reject my initiative to help him, could they? It seemed like Yamazaki contemplated the situation to himself, stroking his chin intently.
わかった。ならば、俺も同行しよう。
Are you sure that's all right?
君や沖田さんの警護も俺の役目だ。副長からそう命じられている。
But then who's gonna watch after Okita?
用心するに越したことはあるまい。山崎君に同行してもらいなさい。君らが戻ってくるまでの間、私が沖田君を見ていよう。
Okay, please take care of Okita. We'll be as thorough as possible, and we'll return here as soon as we get something.
よし。それでは今日はもう休むとしよう。明日、早朝に出ることにするぞ。
Okay, understood. Yamazaki and I left the following morning, and we had come to my home in the outskirts of Edo.
ここが君の家だな。
Yes. I hadn't seen it in years, but I didn't have time for nostalgia. Nerves made me tense and jumpy. Would we even find anything? The first thing we came into contact with was the stale, dust-filled air wafting to us, and I couldn't help but cough. The floor was covered in a layer of dust so thick it almost reminded me of a fresh blanket of snow.
長い間、人の出入りがなかった様子だな。
Which meant my father hadn't returned. I had felt both disappointment and relief well up within me. If he wasn't here, where could he be?
雪村君、羅刹の資料がある場所の見当はつくか？
Oh, yes, I think they're around here somewhere.
わかった。それでは手分けして探すことにしよう。
We spent the better part of several hours looking through every nook and cranny of the dust-covered house for a potential clue for the Furies. Eventually, it seemed as though Yamazaki came across something, and he exclaimed in horror.
なんだと？羅刹の力の源は。
Hearing him read the notes aloud made me shiver as the hair along my arms stood up. Yamazaki, what did you find?
落ち水は飲んだものの肉体を活性化させ、野生の獣を凌駕する体力と比類なき治癒力をもたらす。だがその力の代償はその人間の命そのもの。羅刹の力を使えば使うほどそのものの寿命は削られていく。
I couldn't believe what I was reading in the note Yamazaki found. It seemed to slip from my hands, float towards the ground. Using one's fury powers directly affected their lifespan. So, then for Okita's life, it meant my feet felt numb upon the ground, and as the feeling began to slip away, I almost fainted.
気をしっかり持て雪村君。我々には絶望している暇などない。
Yamazaki snapped me out of it, affecting his voice into the bark that Hijikata would have been proud of. You're right, I'm sorry.
他にもまだいくつか資料がある。手分けして確かめることにしよう。羅刹に関する資料はこれで全部だな。
Right. Scanning through page after page of my father's Fury research told us far more than we could have anticipated. Those who drank the water of life became Furies. To become Furies were also imbued with beast-like qualities. Qualities that, unsurprisingly, caused an unprecedented toll on the human body beyond what a normal human could likely withstand. The amount of stress imposed by the serum forces the body to succumb to terrible bloodlust. Beckish, how have we been doing? Good. We're just reading notes about Fury research in the old Edo home. In this one, we haven't met Kodo, obviously, yet. So instead, we're finding out stuff through, his old research.
吸血衝動が出てしまうと次第に落ち水の毒が体を蝕んでいく。血を飲まなくては正気を保てなくなり、やがては獣のようになり狂い死ぬか。
All of the information we had gathered presented an even harsher reality than we had hoped for. But there was one silver lining. I think I found a set of instructions to concoct a medicine that'll suppress the bloodlust. If this works, and we can suppress the bloodlust, I think it'll be enough to help Okita.
しかし調合できるのか
And reading through the list now, there's some ingredients that we will have to prepare, but can you help me with this, Yamazaki?
わかった何でも言ってくれ
Together, Yamazaki and I followed my father's recipe exactly how it was written on the note. Oh my lord. Hi, Mug. Not the right timing. Thank you. I unfortunately cannot get up right now. I will have to wait until lunchtime to ice my shoulder, unfortunately. I will drink my water though. But no, I have the baby resting in my arms. I'm not overexerting though, because I'm literally leaning back against the chair. So we good. We good until I have to move. Somehow we managed to make the medicine. Unfortunately, we hadn't learned anything about how we might heal Okita's wounds. By the time we finished and returned back, the sun had started to set. It took quite a while, huh?
日が沈む前に戻らなくてはな急ぐぞ
Yamazaki beckoned me to come forward, and just as I was about to rush out of the house, something akin to moving spectre seemed to come out of nowhere and startled me. Yamazaki had only taken a single step when... Yamazaki groaned loudly before falling onto the floor. Yamazaki! I ran towards him frantically. What? I stopped dead in my tracks, for someone was near. I couldn't exactly make out the specter because of the sunset's glare, but it was someone whose face was unforgettable. Kaoru, what are you doing here?
どうしてって決まってるじゃないか可愛い妹の顔を見に来たんだよ
I clasped my head around the kodachi at my hip, glaring back at Kaoru's face, whose expression was almost identical to my own.
なんだよそんな怖い顔で睨まなくたっていいじゃないかそんなやつ殺してもよかったけど殴って気を失わせるだけで済ませてやったんだからさところで起きたの様子はどう
Stop it! Kaoru's eyebrows shot up and his grin widened.
怒らなくてもいいじゃないかただの冗談なんだからナセツになったあいつが簡単に死ぬはずないしね多分死にたいぐらい苦しい思いをしてるだろうけど
Kaoru! The angrier I got, the wider his smug grin stretched. Even though I knew it would just rile him up, I couldn't stay calm.
起きたもいつまで正気を保っていられるんだろうなそのうち血を求めて江戸の人間を見境なく切り殺すようになったりして
No! I won't let that happen to Okita. As long as we have the medicine that Yamazaki and I toiled over, bloodlust should be suppressed. There was no way Okita would turn into a beast.
お前たちがここに来た理由は察しがつくよ大方吸血衝動を抑える方法がないか行動おじさんの資料を漁りに来たんだろうだけどおあいにくさまあの薬はほんの短い時間しか効かないしひどい発作は抑えられないまさに無駄足ってやつだよね
I could feel the blood draining from my body. Of course I knew the medicine was only a temporary solution, but...
いい顔だなお前のその顔が見たかったんだよ起きたのこと好きなのかどうしてもあいつを治してやりたい
As Kaoru rattled off these condescending questions, he still kept the smug expression on his face.
あいつを助ける方法教えてあげようか。
My eyes grew wide. This came out of nowhere. Was he trying to play a trick on me? He may have been getting a kick out of trying to fluster me, but even if he were trying to get a ruse from me, I had to hear what he had to say, so I let him continue. Kaoru luckily wasted no time in speaking up.
鬼の血を与えればいいんだよ。人間をはるかに凌駕する力を持ち、傷が一瞬のうちに治る。羅刹って俺たち鬼の一族に似てると思わないかい？まがいものの羅刹どもに俺たち本物の鬼の血を分けてやれば、もしかしたら落ち水の毒が体から消えるかもしれない。特にお前は東国の鬼を代表する名家の出なんだからさ。
Hey, wait! With that, Kaoru smiled dryly, and I called out to him, but he had already disappeared, like a shadow into the ether. If what he said was true, then allowing Okita to drink my blood was possibly work as a salve to the water of life side effects. However, knowing Kaoru, this was all a ploy to get my hopes up. What if, though, what he said was true? I know, Kaoru's an asshole. Well, he's not exactly an asshole. This is all literally from trauma. Yamazaki regained consciousness, and he slowly gathered himself to gain footing. Are you all right? I ran up to Yamazaki.
俺のことはいい。それより何があったのか説明してくれ。
Sure.
なるほど。南雲薫とやらがそんなことを。ひとまず沖田さんたちのところへ戻ることにするか。松本先生をお待たせしているからな。
Okay. The sun had completely set, and we were covered by darkness as we rushed to return to Sendagaya. However, the entire time we rushed back, I couldn't quite shake off what Kaoru had told me. Once we finally arrived back at the hiding place, we rushed to tell Dr. Matsumoto all that had happened.
なるほど。南雲薫がそんなことを言っていたのか。
What do you think, Dr. Matsumoto? Do you think if I were to give him my blood that we could curb the effects of the water of life?
信じるのは危険だ。そもそも沖田さんを羅刹に変えたのはあの南雲薫だろう。
山崎君の言う通りだな。そんな例は今までに一つもない。効き目がないだけで済めばいいが、もしかしたら毒となることだって十分に考えられるんだぞ。ひとまず薬は調合できたんだろう。なら当分はそれでしのぐしかないんじゃないか。
What about Okita?
わかってる。しかし酷な話だな。老害にかかっただけじゃなく、羅刹となったせいで残りの寿命をますます削る羽目になるなんて因果な話もあったもんだ。もう少しここにいてやりたいが、私もそろそろ戻らんとな。
So, with Dr. Matsumoto's examinations, Okita definitely still has tuberculosis. But because of the water of life, it is continuously fighting back harder against it, but also at the same time depleting his life force because it's fighting constantly to keep him alive and keep him healed. So his body is just better equipped at fighting it, but at the same time killing him even more. Because one of the water of life side effects is taking your life force. Oh, right. Thank you for all of the time you've given us.
いや
Sorry, King.
くれぐれも無茶はせんよ。沖田君によく言い聞かせておいてくれ。君も疲れているだろう。今日は早めに休むんだぞ。
Okay.
外までお送りします。いろいろとお聞きしたいこともありますので。
Dr. Matsumoto bowed politely and Yamazaki escorted him to the entrance. He told me I need to make sure I rest, but honestly, I don't think I could sleep even if I went to my room with a warm cup of tea. My mind immediately jumped to Okita. In Father's notes, it said a Fury's power was directly tied to the length of their lifespan. If that were true, then he was literally consuming his own life just to heal himself from flesh wounds. I wanted so badly to check up on him, even just for a second. I was careful to avoid making a peep or noise and quietly slid his door open. Huh? I couldn't believe it. Okita wasn't sleeping in his futon, and he was nowhere to be found. Where could he possibly have gone? Just as I scanned the room,
おかえり、千鶴ちゃん。
the voice came from next to the door. Okita! What are you doing?
だって寝てるだけなんて退屈だし。
Okita sneered in his usual derisive tone. Okita? Did you happen to hear any of the conversation we had in the hallway?
自分のことについてこそこそ話してたら誰でも気になるでしょ、普通。
While the length of Okita's remaining lifespan was a source of concern, thankfully his sardonic wit was intact. Unfortunately, he didn't budge, and his attempt to probe me for answers made me uncomfortable.
ま、あの時落ち水を飲んでなかったらどっちにせよ死んでただろうしね。布団の上で血を吐きながら死ぬのと、こうして刀を取ることができるようになったのと、どっちがマシかって言えば答えなんて分かりきってるし。
There was a peaceful twinkle in his eye, as if he had come to terms with his condition and his future. Such certainty felt so unfamiliar to me.
でも不思議な話だよね。病気でも何でもなかった源さんが鳥羽伏見の戦で死んじゃったのに、老害にかかってる上落ち水まで飲んだ僕がこうして生きてるなんて、運がいいのか悪いのかわからないな。
Okita. My heart clenched. He seemed to embrace the fact that his health was wilting, and yet he stood courageously before it. Perhaps it was this attitude all along that had me so curiously drawn to him. Please don't give up. You are still alive, Okita. Even if he seemed resigned to the fact that he could potentially die in the near future. I didn't want him going anywhere.
当たり前じゃない。僕にはまだしなきゃならないことがあるんだから。
His complexion still seemed very ill. But even then, Okita possessed within him a fiery vigor. Cal, what are you doing? No, that's not yours. I'm picky. Good. The future was still uncertain, but so long as Okita believed in himself, there was hope. Oh God, Calcifer, stop! Cal. No! You hungry? No. Okay. Here, bottle. Although we couldn't see into the future, it did nothing to waver his spirit from the dawn of a better day. Okita, please return to your bed. It's not good for you to be standing for too long.
はいはい、わかってるよ。君ってほんとうるさいんだから。
Just as he began to whine, Okita keeled over, his face twisted in pain, and he slammed against the floor as he gasped for air. Okita! I rushed to support his body as he had trouble staying upright. What's wrong? Is it your injuries? What, Zelda? Okita shook his head as he grimaced loudly from whatever had been hurting him. And we are in ads, guys. We'll be back.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation.
looking for you, but the time showed me how you really were. When you turn off the light, your eyes were my guide. You hold me all the night. I'll run away from you without direction. Losing my breath, I'm trying to forget. Hesitate, I gotta tell you, but I wanna wait. Never thought that feelings could disappear. Why the sorry never feels sincere? But you gotta hear my desires. They faded fast and then we tripped the wire. Too many times I told you I believe there is nothing left for me, left to see. It's impossible, I can't seem to let you go. I try to reach you. It's so difficult, I can't seem to let you go. I'm sorry, baby, gonna have to let you know.
And the winner is Old Spice. Shop now.
When you own a business, your tasks are never ending. We'll help you get the job done.
Out of love, how could I know we'd never be enough?
I think of you and it takes me to a special place in my mind where we can be together. And I still hope that you'll be mine forever, even though you're far away. I still know we need to be together. We are together.
Okay. As I watched, his hair turned white and his eyes turned red. Oh no! He had experiencing some minor pain from using powers before, but I don't ever recall him becoming a fury without using those powers consciously. Then it must mean
平気だよ。すぐに収まる。
the way he angrily motioned for me to stay back told me this wasn't the first time he was changing. He almost seemed ready to accept what came next. Okita, do you... Was this seizure-like episode a symptom of being a fury? Do you want blood? His eyes grew wide.
欲しくなんかない。
His reply was practically a shout, but all the reason to assume that's what he wanted.
僕は嫌だ。嫌なんだよ。死なんていらない。狂いたくない。
His voice shook as he spoke. Whether from pain, fear, or both, I couldn't tell. Both of us saw plenty of Furies go mad with bloodlust. But you're in so much pain.
もし理性を失ったら、自分を保てなくなったら、近藤さんの役に立てなくなる。
Oh. Okita had drunk the water of life to make him even more effective soldier. All he wanted was to help Kondo. If he lost himself to the bloodlust, he would be denied that one desire. So, how long have you been doing this? Horrible. To be all alone, tormented by pain so great that even breathing was agony.
平気だよ。我慢できる。僕は近藤さんの弟弟子なんだから。こんなものに負けるほど弱くない。
He seemed to think that he could endure this through sheer force of will. But you don't look fine at all. I could hear my voice break, and tears had begun to well up in my eyes as I wrapped my arms around Okita and held him tight. What was I gonna do? If I remembered what Kaoru said correctly, by making Okita drink demon's blood, we may be able to undo some of the symptoms that came with drinking the water of life. Dr. Matsumoto, on the other hand, had his doubts. But I don't have the luxury to choose my methods. I drew out my kodachi and put it to my wrist. There was a brief moment of pain, and then a line of blood welled up along the cut.
しずるちゃん、何を。
Please drink this. I held out my arm and his eyes widened. By the time my arm reached him, the cut had already closed, but the blood sat there atop my smooth skin. I heard that my blood could counteract the poison of the water of life. Maybe he was influenced by the scent of blood. His eyes showed signs of famine. I don't know if what Kaoru told me was true, but if I couldn't, even for a moment, be able to quench his thirst, I just want to help you, so please. He said nothing as he moved his face towards the blood shining on my arm. When he was close enough that I could feel his breath brushing across my skin, his mouth opened as he ran his tongue across my arm. The vigor behind his movements of his mouth made for a tingling sensation, taking with it my blood. His voice was low and almost embarrassed. I blinked in surprise. I couldn't ever recall a moment where I'd heard his voice speak so weakly. I shook my head. There's nothing for you to apologize for.
でもごめん。
He looked down at the floor, his face strained. It almost looked like he had been scolded by Kondo. Although he was still pale, it looked as though the bloodlust had subsided. His hair and eyes returned to their normal color. You really should rest now. That would be the best way for you to recover.
分かってる。ごめんね。いろいろと。
I just told you you have nothing to apologize for, didn't I?
そうだね。それじゃあ、おやすみ。
Okita nodded obediently and he crawled back under his covers. Good night, Okita. Please don't hesitate to call for me if you need anything. I could see how much pain he was in, and my heart went out to him. He clearly expressed he didn't want to drink any blood, but at least his suffering had subsided, even if it were just a little bit. I was left to ponder the possibility. Could we truly cure the curse of the fury with my blood? For now, my only option was to monitor his progress, but the next day, Okita seemed to be healing at a much more rapid pace. I didn't know what Kaoru's intentions were, but for now, I'm going to just be thankful for Okita's recovery. That bath was exactly what I needed. The warmth of the bath made the gentle chill of the cool night air all the better, and I couldn't help but express myself aloud. There were so many things weighing on my mind. But as of recently, Okita's physical condition was beginning to improve. He could walk around more regularly. Of course, we still had to monitor him closely for his sake and make sure he didn't strain himself, but even so, the simple pleasure of his improving state brought me a great delight. I was walking down the hallway when... Ah! A loud voice exclaimed from the direction of Okita's room and startled me. The voice belonged to Yamazaki? I wonder what could have happened. Fearing for the worst, I rushed over to the room.
山崎君って新選組に入ってから何年になるんだっけ。上役を怒鳴りつけるなんて新入り大したってしないと思うんだけど。
言葉が過ぎたというのは俺も自覚しています。ですが、それならば沖田さんも上役として振る舞ってくださらなくては。
The tension in the room was palpable, and neither side looked like relenting.
上役として振る舞うって何？僕に土方さんの真似をしろっていうの？
少なくとも松本先生のご指示を無視するような真似をされては困ります。
僕の体のことは僕自身が一番よく分かってるつもりだよ。もう老害だって治ったし、寝たきりでいる理由もないでしょ。
ですからまだ先生のお許しが出ていないと。
You guys, please calm down.
僕は落ち着いてるよ。冷静じゃないのは山崎くんだけ。
We're unfortunately back in ads because it took so long to get food, so we will be back.
I've been painting every fence I know. Every color bleeds into the same. 'Cause before you go
Yeah, some people wake up Sunday, feel hungover. And I look at all my friends like told you so. While you take that time off, I keep getting closer. I don't care about getting laid, I just care about getting paid. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest
For the weekend. Sorry for the day, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for the weekend.
it's all working all day, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got big good plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the weekend. I'm sorry I was late, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me.
Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da.
Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me.
俺は言うべきことを言っているだけです。
Keeping things civil was only slightly more difficult than trying to make friends out of a cat and a dog. It was no secret that Okita and Yamazaki just didn't get along with one another. So, what happened?
何があったも何も。少し目を離した隙に、沖田さんが庭へ出て剣術の稽古を始めようとしたんだ。
What? Really?
だってずっと寝たきりなんて体がなまっちゃうから。いつタイに合流できるかわからないんだし、勘を取り戻しておかなきゃいけないでしょ。
これだ。君の方からも沖田さんに言ってやってくれ。
I understand where Okita is coming from. Okita had been confined to the bed rest ever since he had been wounded in the Battle of Toba Fushimi. So even though the situation was frustrating, but still, it's even more reason for you to focus on resting until you're completely healed.
簡単に言ってくれるね。僕は鳥羽伏見の時みたいに役に立てないまま終わるなんてまっぴらなんだけど、次の戦の時山崎君がバカ正直に僕を呼びに来てくれるとは限らないし。
俺が嘘を言うとでもおっしゃるんですか。
いくらでも言うでしょ、土方さんの命令なら。
Your ADHD is killing you. Relatable, honestly. I'm multitasking and I shouldn't be. Okita. Can't you see that Yamazaki is genuinely concerned about you, Okita?
僕の心配なんてしてないでしょ。土方さんや松本先生に言いつけられてるから見張りに来てるだけだよ。
Okita.
何？僕が間違ったことを言ってるとでも言うわけ？
Okita was acting like a petulant child throwing his toys out of a pram. I stayed quiet, watching him gesture angrily, but all I could muster in response was a sigh.
千鶴ちゃん、君、僕の味方なんじゃないの？
Of course I'm on your side, Okita. But that is more of a reason for me to want the best for you, and that includes not overexerting yourself. Oh my god, King! Yeah, I'm literally playing a sorting hexagon game while I'm doing this. And, you know, of course, watching Calcifer climb all over shit that he probably shouldn't be doing. Cal. And the girls finishing their food. Fuck. Eh. Fuck. Fuck. If you were to push yourself too far too far before you'd fully healed and it affected your sword technique, wouldn't it be you who'd regret it the most? Cal. And there he goes. Okita turned away from me, falling silently as he bit his lip. Yeah. Then he turned once more, looking me dead in the eye.
一つ答えてくれるかな
Huh?
僕の剣はまだ新選組に必要だと思う。僕は新選組の近藤さんの役に立てるのかな
I could sense a slight hesitation in his voice. Of course they still need you. Which is the reason why it's so important for you to give yourself the time you need to rest. Okita seemed to hold on to what I was said internally for a few seconds, turning the words around in his head before finally sighing and relaxing himself.
そっか。わかった。それじゃあ今日は言うことを聞いてあげる。
Oh.
次の戦いで全力を出せるように治療に専念しないとね。肝心な時に役立たずなんてもう嫌だから。
Okita's emphasis on the word useless made me feel uneasy. This had been something I'd noticed, but why was Okita so obsessed with the idea of being useful to the Shinsengumi? Love it. Basically, what the frickin' Stream Elements is doing to us is the fact that we can't see what number it is anymore. It's still being added, but it's a, we don't know! What happens when we type exclamation quote? We get a random quote, like a bingo card. Fill in the blank here. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. I forgot to add quote to my commands. That should probably look better. It's like Deal or No Deal, but we all lose.
He's stinky. Guys, when you're done, can we please trade her because he's stinky?
That's funny. I love that one! That one's literally one of the best. I gotta fix my setup because I'm going to change how I sit for the day when I'm, you know, taking a break and my fucking pillow is stuck again. Here we go. Even if he were unable to fight with his sword again, I didn't think neither Kondo nor Hijikata would even consider Okita useless.
とにかく沖田さんは怪我の養生に専念してください。
It doesn't help me move stuff when you're sitting on it.
But I like sitting on stuff.
Oh, you like sitting on my pillow
Yep.
when you're not supposed to be?
I like.
Zelda. That's where I put my damn head, not your butt. Honestly, my fucking pillow was literally getting stuck on the underside of the chair metal parts.
もし守れないようであれば、今日のことを遠慮なく副長に報告させてもらいますから。
As soon as he made his point, Yamazaki curtly left the room without another word. Pink eye pillow? What? How would you get pink eye from someone's butt? Yamazaki is so kind. I don't think that's what Okita is thinking, but okay. He's not a dickhead, but I wouldn't call him kind. Oh, gotta love Okita's compliments. Yeah, yeah. God damn it, King. I was typing that right now. I think we have some duplicate quotes, honestly. That was 28. Yeah, there we go. We need to delete one of those. Delete either 28 or 29. I don't know how to do it. There we go. We got it, boys! The hell? There's a red mark on my boob?
I don't know what that's from. Maybe Cal. Maybe Tessa or Daddy.
Why would it be from Daddy? Alright, Cal's gonna get his diaper changed, so I'm gonna mute. No, he's a good person. I know he's stationed here under Yukata's orders, but even still, I think he truly does care for your well-being. We're gonna go into ads early, so I will see you guys back in a bit.
Yeah, some people 9 to 5 and get all righteous. And I tried to live that life, but that ain't me. All the money that I'm making, yeah, it's priceless. I don't care about enemies, cause I know where I'm meant to be. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I was dirty, but I got things to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I was dirty, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest, ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I was dirty, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. It's all about how you were with my parents. Yeah, it changed their mind. 'Cause you were sweet and looking like you cared, boy. That was hard to find. I caught feelings, how could these feelings? I caught feelings, how could these feelings? I caught feelings, how could these feelings? I caught feelings, how could these feelings?
you. Don't you let go, you're the only thing I can't lose. Look in my eyes, 'cause I'ma be there for you, whether you want me or not. Just don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go. Don't let go.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV to watch up to 4 games live at once with Multiview. Watch every game, every Sunday, all in one place. Sign up today. Terms and embargoes apply.
If you've been getting scam texts like these, it was me. I said that probably means your data's been leaked. And I have all of it. Who leaked it? I did it. I leaked it. Luckily, I started using Guardio. Wait, what? With one single subscription to Guardio, I can protect my entire family. Do your free browser scan right now, which is really helpful because you'll know which accounts were affected and which passwords you need to change. Click below to run a free scan and find out where your data was leaked.
All right, we are back. Thank you. Had a little mishap while getting Cal to change his diaper. He started peeing everywhere, and then Gracie had a nosebleed when I bopped her because she was spinning Calcifer literally all over the place in circles. Yeah. Like while he was peeing. And yeah. So we had to take care of Gracie's nosebleed.
And then we finally got Cal to get.
Yeah, we just got Cal back clothed again, finally.
Because there was pee all over this other one.
Yep. It's just a wild ride right now. It's okay. We're back.
山崎君に心配される筋合いはないんだけどね。
Don't be like that. Okita slumped back into a sulky mood and blew air through his lips jokingly. Okita, it's getting pretty late. Why don't you turn in for the day?
もう少し起きてたっていいんじゃない？
You can't. Right now, your focus is on getting better.
わかったよ。君ってほんと融通が利かないんだな。
I noticed you did.
入ってあげてもいいけど、その代わり。
I also got my ice pack, so we're good. What, Gracie? Okay. That's not blood. She's just got red on her face, honey. It's not blood. It's like your pimples, but it's not a pimple, but it is a pore that's plugged, and she's been scratching it, so it's red and irritated. What condition? Okita grinned mischievously and peered directly into my eyes. I could tell he was up to something as he walked one step at a time in my direction. What was going on? I was so taken aback by his behavior that my palms became sweaty, my heart skipped a beat.
せっかくだから添い寝してくれる？
Okita! What? What does me being here have anything to do with that? That's not a funny joke.
君って鈍いよね。普段は妙に察しがいいのに。
Poor Okita, shot down by someone who actually does like him. Huh? I hadn't the faintest idea what he was trying to get at, but Okita blushed, turning away in embarrassment.
僕が言いたいのは君ともう少し話したいってことなんだけど。
Talk? With me?
ダメ？
Well, no, but I was completely thrown off guard. I didn't anticipate Okita, of all people, to say such a thing. The Okita with whom I was familiar with only had ever expressed a sensitive side with Kondo. Right, why would you shoot that opportunity down? Like, what the hell? So naturally, it didn't ever occur to me that he'd ever really cared about what I had to say, let alone want to have a conversation with me. Well, if he wants to chew on it, I don't care. It's not like he has teeth right now, and it makes him feel better. He specifically wanted something cold and blue. Did you have a change of heart?
僕がこういうことを言うのっておかしい？
It's nothing like that. It's just... Okita sighed, frustrated by my inability to get an immediate read of the situation.
どれくらいはっきり言えば分かってくれるのかな？
Huh?
一人は寂しいからそばにいてほしいってこと。
He's so pouty. It's fine. Oh. At last I'd realized what Okita was getting at. It seemed like what Okita had wanted to hear was, I'll be by your side until you fall asleep.
無理しなくていいよ。僕と一緒は嫌なんでしょ。
Okita! Stop being forward and then being Tsunandre. Okita's such a dumbass. He goes from Sun to Blunt and back to Sun again. Like, dude, just stick with one way. I'm sorry if I made you feel that way. Everything's fine, so please don't worry about me. Okita exhaled, and he finally seemed to relax. He smiled kindly and began to run his fingers through my hair. Oh my lord. He is petting her hair, guys.
そう。それじゃ許してあげる。
Cow cow. And there goes Cal attacking my headset. He coolly grazed my bangs with his fingers, and as the tip of his finger touched my skin, my heart skipped.
どうしてかな。近頃君に甘えるのが心地よくなってきたよ。ありがとう、千鶴ちゃん。
He's being so forward, but he still doesn't understand it's because he likes her back. No, grief. Zelda. Alright, you can have your brother back. Wee. Wee. Ah. Ah. Zelda. He's like, oh my god. His peaceful voice had my heart in a vice grip, and with every word he spoke, my chest tightened. Okita slowly lifted the duvet cover up to his chest and eventually dozed off, but for some reason, I couldn't leave him so soon. Shh. Back when Okita was irritated at himself for not being able to fight with his health as a concern, his mind always jumped to worries about no longer serving as the Shinsengumi's sword, or no longer being of use to Kondo. But now, Okita. He consumed the water of life and became a fury, which meant he could once again fight in battle. However, between his play for banter and sass, he let his true emotions slip through the cracks at times. Of course, one would normally have reservations about someone who became inhuman, so to speak. I'll do everything I can for you. As long as Okita could find comfort in my presence, even just a little, I'll always be here for him. His timid request to helped me realize this. Okita's injuries had finally recovered. Yamazaki visited with a portmanteau.
これが西洋の服か。 随分と窮屈なんだね。まあ、刀を振るうには都合が良さそうだけど。
Doesn't Okita look fine? Look at that. Zelda!
鳥羽伏見の戦で薩長側は皆
Huh?
様相に身を固めていましたから。
それ嫌味？あの時ずっと大阪城にいた僕がそんなこと知るはずないでしょ。
Zelda. After bickering with Yamazaki, he suddenly turned towards me.
どうしたの？ぼーっとして。この格好、そんなに変？
Huh? Oh. I could kind of sense the answer Okita was looking for, but either way, even if I had said what he wanted to hear, I'd likely receive a cynical response in return. Well, it's certainly something. I'm not used to seeing you like this, but they do look comfortable.
そういうことを聞いてるんじゃないんだけど。もしかしてわざととぼけてる？
Are you being coy or are you that dense? Homie, the answer is yes. It looked as though he wasn't going to let me even attempt a diplomatic response. They fit you quite well.
どうして目をそらすの？ちゃんと目を見て言ってくれなきゃ。
She's totally just not looking at him when he's asking her this. Well, I didn't mean anything by it. Like, it wasn't intentional, so... I tried facing him directly, but for some reason my heart was thudding rapidly in my chest. My face felt hot all of a sudden, making it difficult for me to look him in the eye. I would understand if it were the other way around, but why am I the only one blushing? Okay.
要す
Because
る
you've been
に
playing with it.
僕に惚れ直したってことでいいのかな？
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Yes, bug! I'm having a heart attack. That just reminds me of the song, oh shit. The song Heart Attack. I don't want to fall in love, because then I'll have a heart attack. What, Gracie? You're just leaning over the gate. What? Not with that noodle pad, you can't. What? I hadn't expected him to say that at all, and again, I felt my face flush with color. It came as such a surprise that my heart jumped. What do you mean? It's not like that at all. I tried to keep my composure, but I heard my voice crack as I spit out a reply.
Cal's crying. What the fuck?
I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. Let it go. I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, you know we don't need a reason to start again. Let me go. I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know don't need a reason to start again. Let it go. I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, you Fuck with a nigga raw, bitch. Who you wanna bruise? I walked in the corner with the body screaming Doro. Never showed up back, I look like Pablo in a photo. This gon' make her feel the way like Tony killed Manolo. You already know, you already know. I walk in the corner with the money on my finger. She might get it poppin', I'm always for the win. Oh, you already know, nigga roast. All I need is turn up, baby, turn up when I turn it on. You know I'll get to it when I turn it on. Can't handle my behavior when I turn it on. Too fast for the rest, the life don't last, I've been through it all. Fuck with a nigga raw, bitch. Who you wanna bruise? I'm not proof, flexing on these niggas like a robot. I'ma tell you, girl, you're cute, but boring, that shit gorgeous. Standing on the table, roses, roses, fuck the waters. You know who the guys, you know who the hoes. I walked in the corner with the body screaming Doro. Never showed up back, I look like Pablo in a photo. This gon' make her feel the way like Tony killed Manolo. You already know, you already know. 영원한 밤 잠은 없는 방에 우린 cuddle love. What can we say? 매번 아파도 외치는 love. 다치고 망가져도 나 뭘 믿고 버티는 거야. 어차피 떠나면 상처 두성이 채라 미워하게 된걸. 그 장을 보기 전 끊을 수 없어. 이 아픔을 기다린 것처럼. 아마도 잠깐 유지로 몰아 우리 무얼 찾아서 헤매는 걸까. But I don't care, do it over and over. 내 생각 속에 너만 있으면 돼. We are sick girls. 네 맘대로 내 사랑을 끊을 수 없어. We are sick girls. 기억은 없이 넌 아무 의미가 없어. We are sick no X, no, not never my exes, no diamond rings that's set in stone. To the left, better left alone. Didn't wanna be a princess, I'm priceless. A prince not even on my list. Love is struck that I quit, no doubt I could help when I love it. 아마도 잠깐 유지로 몰라 우리 무얼 찾아서 헤매는 걸까. 불안해 눈 속에 널 담아 아프더라도 너만 있으면 돼. We are sick girls. 네 맘대로 내 사랑을 끊을 수 없어. We are sick girls. 기억은 없이 넌 아무 의미가 없어. But we were born to be loved, but I was still looking for love. We are sick 사랑의 습관은 빠른 사랑의 기능이 다른 아보다 아프면 더 찾아오는 이 걷는 다른 들리지 않아 what you say 예쁘면 나 행복해 나를 불쌍해 하는 네가 내 눈에 더 불쌍해 Plastic girls 모두 결국 떠나가고 Plastic girls 내 눈물이 묻어졌던 Plastic girls 아프고 더 아팠던 Plastic girls But we're still looking for love. Someone else. Give you my emotions. I just tryna give you all my love. All my love is never enough, never enough.
like anything. But Downy Light is just right.
Okay, we are back. Okita smirked, knowing he just put me on the spot.
そんなに力いっぱい否定しなくてもいいじゃない。ただの冗談なのに。
Close this. Well... I froze. Okita's lips curled into a small frown. Perhaps I had reacted too swiftly, and I was afraid I could have come off as insensitive. Shh. Stop. No, you don't need the eye mask. Okita! Called out to him as an attempt to get him to come out of his souring mood, but he no longer seemed interested in participating in our conversation. I need a new one, honestly. My Switch, the only Switch I have, is almost original. It's the Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee version. And I love it, but it's old, and so it's having some stutters. I'm sorry if I was being a little harsh. You look great.
そう、ありがとう。今の君の顔、見物だったよ。
He wore a face befitting a smug triumph. I couldn't believe him. Now that I think about it, you removed your top knot. Okita instinctively patted the spot where his top knot used to be, which seemed to sadden him. Girls, stop.
近藤さんと同じ形にしてたんだけどね。大事なのは形じゃなくて気持ちだから。
Okita looked quite handsome with his fresh new haircut and his new form-fitting Western uniform. Shh! I am sure he wanted to make a strong impression, especially with Kondo, as he readied himself to re-enter the battlefield with his old comrades.
山崎くん、出立は何日なの？もう体調は万全だし、今すぐにでもここを出たいんだけど。確か次は甲府で戦うんでしょ？
From what we had heard, the now former shogunate commanded the Shinsengumi to fortify Kofu Castle in anticipation of the imperial army's march. Kondo believed that this was the perfect opportunity for us to re-establish ourselves and gain merit, the thought of which excited him greatly.
それを決めるのは明日、松本先生に傷の様子を見ていただいてからです。
また？松本先生の診察ならもう散々受けたじゃない。
念には念を入れてです。もし傷が治っていなければ参戦させぬようにと副長から言われていますから。
何それ？僕が一緒に行くと邪魔だってこと？
Okita, it's not that you'd be a burden.
だってそうでしょ。いざという時、僕以外の誰が近藤さんを守れるっていうの？
I just think Hijikata is worried about your health.
何を気遣ってるのさ。傷だって老害だってもう治ったのに。
Okita muttered irritably to himself.
にしても土方さん、全然反省してないよね。
And here he goes into this depreciating mood again.
あんな大怪我をさせたのに、まだ近藤さんを戦場へ連れ出すなんて。
Within Okita's eyes burned a righteous anger, one that sent a chill down my spine. You're not taking a nap in here, Gracie. If you need to take a nap, you know where to go. However, I couldn't count However, I couldn't help but think he was overreacting. I understood why he felt the way he did, but that gave him no right to behave so immaturely.
副長が市場で隊を動かすことなどありません。新選組のために必要だと判断なさったからこそ近藤局長にご同行を求めたのです。
新選組のために必要なら剣を持てない人を戦場に連れ出してもいいんだ。
Yamazaki gulped as Okita pushed back. Ever since Kondo was shot in the shoulder from an attempt on his life, he could no longer wield his sword as he once did.
近藤局長のお役目は隊の指揮です。実戦の場に出るわけではありません。
Please put this in the freezer, Gracie.
そんなの戦況次第でどうなるかわからないでしょ。見栄と体裁は気になるけど、近藤さん本人のことはどうでもいいっていうのが土方さんの本音なんだろうね。
Okita! I called out his name to admonish his presumptions, but he paid me no mind and continued on his rant.
近藤さんは僕が守る。土方さんにも他の誰にも利用なんてさせない。
Okie dokie, thank you for being here though. Stop. You could accidentally hit your brother. Enough. When it came to Kondo, Okita had the tendency to act rashly and avoid looking at the bigger picture, particularly when Hijikata was involved. To his credit, his outburst was well-intentioned, as all he wanted was to display his concern for Kondo, but still... Tensions had cooled somewhat by the next day. It was time for Okita's final appointment with Dr. Matsumoto, who nodded throughout the inspection.
傷は塞がったみたいだな。この様子なら問題はなさそうだが。
だから言ったじゃないですか。山崎君もこの子も心配性なんですよ。
Congratulations, Okita. This means you can rejoin everyone and make Kondo proud again.
君、僕本人より喜んでるよね。僕が治ったことがそんなに嬉しい？
Why, of course. Especially because I know just how distraught he'd become after the Battle of Toba Fushimi. It thrilled me to see how happy he was now that he could hold his sword again. Girls, stop.
沖田君、本当に甲府へ行くつもりなのかね。
なんです？まさか今さらダメだなんて言うつもりじゃないでしょうね。
そういうわけじゃない。だが
止めても無駄ですよ。置き去りにされるのはもう嫌ですから。
そうか、そうだろうな。
Dr. Matsumoto? I was worried that there was something still wrong with Okita, so I spoke to clarify with the doctor.
彼女も連れて行くつもりなのか。置いていくなら私が面倒を見るが。
Okita looked over at me.
そんなの聞くまでもないよね。一緒に来るでしょ。ここにいてって言ってもどうせ前みたいに僕の後を追いかけてくるに決まってるし。
Knock it off, you two. Okita was so blaze about that I was shocked that he said it outright.
どういうことだね。
千鶴ちゃん、 僕のことが心
Hi,
配でしょうがない
Angel.
らしいですよ。片時も目を離せないみたいで、みんなを振り切って僕を追いかけてきたこともあるんです。
Oh, well,
あれ、どうしてうろたえてるの？本当のことじゃない。
well, yeah, but you don't have to go tell a doctor about it. Thank you.
顔真っ赤だよ。もしかして風邪？
Oh my god, Okita.
その様子じゃ一緒に連れて行ってあげられないかな。
Okita's eyes sparkled with mischief. I think, no, he's definitely messing with me. Girls, stop! Let him sleep. You're so mean, Okita.
あれ、今頃気づいたの？僕は前からこうだったじゃない。
Dr. Matsumoto watched us bicker in silence. Eventually, he interjected.
雪村君は沖田君のことを憎からず思っているのかね。
Oh, Dr. Matsumoto, don't take this the wrong way. We're just kidding around.
冗談なんかじゃないですよ。具合が悪い時もずっとつきっきりで看病してくれましたし。
Okita gleamed with pride at the fact, but the doctor's expression still seemed glum for some reason.
そうか、沖田君のことを。
I could sense from both his expression and his silence that something was off with Dr. Matsumoto. Dr. Matsumoto?
いや、なんでもないんだ。怪我が治ったとはいえ、無理は禁物だからな。沖田君に無茶をさせないよう、くれぐれも気をつけてやってくれよ。
Yes, I understand.
やれやれ。僕ってそんなに信用ないんですかね。ここ数ヶ月はちゃんと先生の言うことを聞いておとなしくしてたと思うんですけど。
And so we departed for Kofu Castle. Okita could only move around when the sun had set under the light of the moon. We're just gonna skip that. We swiftly moved through the darkness on the mountain pathway, hurrying to regroup with the Shinsengumi, but
一足遅かったか。
in the distance, we could see smoke rising with cannon fire roaring in the background.
どうやら敵方に先に城を抑えられてしまった様子です。
近藤さんと土方さんは
近藤局長は本陣に、場所は山の中腹あたりです。土方副長は援軍要請のため江戸に戻られたと聞いています。
江戸に戻っただって？
Okita was furious, and his eyes widened with shock as he gritted his teeth.
近藤さんを不利な戦場に残して自分だけ逃げ帰ったってこと？
援軍を要請したのは近藤局長です。
そうそそのかしたのは土方さんでしょ。あの人のやり方はいつもそうじゃない。
Not gonna mangle it? Nah. Okita, please calm Welcome back. I forgot I had my thing muted for a second there. Alright. Okita huffed angrily before shutting his eyes to restore his level head. After taking in one more deep breath, he muttered aloud.
すぐに近藤さんと合流しよう。近藤さんは刀を持てないんだ。敵に狙われたらひとたまりもない。わかりました。
Okita and Yamazaki nodded at one another. Just then,
合流するって誰に？もう体勢は消してるんだし、さっさと尻尾巻いて逃げ出した方が賢明なんじゃないか？
that voice. Kaoru, what are you doing here?
どうしてって、新選組の奴らが惨めったらしく負ける姿を見物するまたとない機会だからさ。お前たちの姿が見当たらなかったから、もしかしたらここには来ないんじゃないかと思ってたけど。ギリギリ間に合ったみたいだね。新選組のバカ局長が処刑されるところは見物できるんじゃない？
Okita's murderous eyes burned with contempt. He stepped forward, placing one hand in front of me.
山崎君、先に行ってて。よい。
Yamazaki answered curtly before disappearing into the forest. It seems as though Kaoru paid no concern to Yamazaki, his smirk still fixed on his face.
傷はすっかり癒えたんだ。銀の銃弾でつけられた傷はたとえ羅刹でも癒せないはずなんだけど、まがいもののくせにしぶといんだね。
Wait.
羅刹の弱点が銀の銃弾だってこと。
その問いに答えてやらなきゃならない義理がある？
そう。ならいいや。
Okita flashed a smirk before unsheathing his sword from its scabbard.
話す気がないなら死ぬ間際に喋ってもらえばいいだけのことだし。
できると思ってるのか、死にかけのまがいもの風情が。戦場には血の匂いが溢れてる。羅刹と化したお前がこの場で正気を保っていられるものかな。
面白いことを言ってくれるね。僕が刀を手にしてから人の血なんて飽きるほど浴びてきたよ。
The words barely left Okita's mouth as he charged towards Kaoru. Within the span of one breath, I saw Okita's sword flash brilliantly with 3 calculated strokes. Kaoru, however, watched the blade's path, dodging each strike with ease.
達者なのは口だけじゃないってことか。でも
Okita's hair became a stark shade of white. Then, Okita got into his fighting stance, radiating a bright aura around him. After digging his heels into the ground, Okita leapt towards Kaoru even faster than before. Kaoru struggled to keep up with Okita's flurry of attacks, narrowly avoiding each slash into... Okita landed a series of blows, carving a crimson-colored flower of blood into Kaoru's flesh.
君は近藤さんの敵だからね。今さら命乞いしても容赦しないよ。
こんなものただのかすり傷だよ。
I watched the openings in Kaoru's flesh begin to heal themselves shut in real time.
バカだな。 傷が癒える暇なんて与えてあげるとでも思ってるの？
Kaoru shrieked horrifically as his blood splashed. Okita reveled in the vicious display, allowing Kaoru's blood to shower him as he swung repeatedly at the demon. I was witnessing something so disturbingly visceral, that I almost had to cover my eyes. Kaoru was gasping for breath, suffering from the weight of his own blood before breaking into laughter.
意外とやるじゃないか。想像以上だよ。
それ負け惜しみ。もう殺されるっていうのにずいぶんおしゃべりだね。
俺を殺すだって本気で言ってるのか。
Kaoru seemed strangely self-confident, moving his cryptic gaze in my direction.
俺の妹はお前みたいな人斬りとは違うんだよ。起きた。双子の兄を目の前でお前に殺されて平気でいられるほどずぶといとでも思ってるの。
It seemed Kaoru's words, sincere or not, struck a nerve with Okita, who began to hesitate slightly. The moment of respite, however, was short-lived. Okita, no! I desperately screamed his name. Kaoru recognized his opportunity immediately, rushing for Okita the minute he noticed his hesitation. As Okita screamed out, something was placed to the tip of my lips. Well, guys, we're fucked. I felt a thick, bitter liquid drip down my throat. It was crimson liquid encased in a glass vial. Oh no. I choked on the liquid. However, I caught on too late, and it wasn't enough to stop it from sliding all the way down my esophagus. Well, Kaoru just literally permanently tainted the only living female pure-blooded demon left. Frenzied, malicious laughter echoed nearby. As the liquid slid down my throat, my heart pounded heavily as the serum began settling in my stomach. Okita readied himself into a striking pose, pointing his blade at Kaoru before lunging forward. However, Kaoru tossed me aside, leaping high above the ground like a crane taking flight. What, Gracie? Okay.
それにしても滑稽だな。千鶴、お前がここにいなければ沖田は俺を殺すことができてただろうにね。恋したう相手を不幸にすることしかできないなんて悲しい間柄だな。
Kaoru! I wiped the drops of serum around my mouth, glaring hatefully at Kaoru. However, Kaoru was indifferent to my anger, and he responded calmly.
これで二人とも仲良く羅刹だ。一緒に地獄を旅するといいさ。そうそう、もう一つ教えてやろうか。起きた。お前確か老害を治して元通り剣を振るいたいと思って落ち水を飲んだんだよね。
Kaoru began taunting Okita with a nasally tone, taking in his smug satisfaction.
残念だけど、落ち水に病を治す力なんてないよ。
Oh, here it is, guys. The full revelation of why Dr. Matsumoto said that he still had tuberculosis. Because the water of life can't heal the disease. Only flesh wounds.
むしろ病と戦うための体力をますますすり減
Yeah,
らしていく
it's
だ
just
けだ。
eating his body, trying to get rid of it, but it's basically using itself up faster. He just doesn't feel it until it's too late.
お前には血を吐いて惨めったらしく死ぬ道しか残ってないんだよ。
待て。
Okita swung out at Kaoru, but Kaoru vanished into thin air, leaving behind only an ethereal smoke amidst the misty sky. Suddenly, I felt hot all over, and I was overcome with an aggressive case of nausea. It was as if malevolent force awoke to inhabit my body, bursting from its husk and taking shape.
千鶴ちゃん、しっかりして。
Okita wrapped his arms tightly around my shoulders. Through squinting eyes, I saw Okita's eyes glow with worry as he tried to comfort me. Oh my god, King! You chop him up like you're playing Fruit Ninja. I tried mustering a smile, but my vision was losing its focus, and Okita's face became more and more blurry. Okita forced his eyes shut, biting into his lower lip out of frustration. It almost seemed like it hurt him more than it hurt me.
ごめん。僕があの時迷ったせいで、あいつを殺せなかった。しかも君をこんな目に。
No. Okita spoke through gritted teeth. His words were heavy with guilt. It's not your fault, Okita. I let my guard down. But Okita only bit his lip more deeply, shaking his head in frustration.
僕のせいだよ。たとえどんな敵が現れたとしても、君を守りきれるって自分の力を過信してた。
Oh man. Okita just admitted he was trying to protect her, not just Kondo. He looked down, muttering in a nearly inaudible tone to himself.
僕は一体何のために剣術を学んできたんだろう。肝心な時に守るべき人を守って。
And he cares about her. I mean, we already knew it, but hearing him say it is yeah. The remorse sat heavily on Okita's shoulders. It killed me to think that I was at fault for how much he was tearing himself apart inside.
体大丈夫？
Fine, just a little dizzy.
そっか。
Stop. Girls. Gracie, what are you doing? Then why don't you sit out there? You're just sitting your butt almost on your sister like you're a freaking Dash. Forget about it. Let's hurry. We need to meet up back with Kondo. Okita looked as if he wanted to respond, but instead, he turned to stare up at the clouds above.
その必要はなさ
Oh
そうだ
my
よ。
god. Huh?
もう戦いは終わったみたいだ。銃声が聞こえないでしょ。
I gasped. Then that means Kondo. I felt lighthearted, as if my blood had left my body. We entrusted Yamazaki with the objective of keeping Kondo safe, but was he really able to protect him?
とりあえず江戸に戻ろう。大丈夫。近藤さんは死んだりしない。何があっても死なせるもんか。
Part of me believed that, while I hoped Okita was right, He was trying to convince himself more than me.
結局今回も役に立てなかったね。
The chilly mountain wind lifted his words away, scattering them across the rows of trees around us. After picking ourselves back up, Okita and I began to head for Edo.
まったくこんな時に限って嫌になるぐらい晴れてるのはどうしてなんだろうね。
Is someone home? Be right back, guys. Real quick.
「せめて雨でも降ってるか曇ってれば少しはマシなのに。
Right. Normally the sunlight would have been quite pleasant. But now the sunlight beat harshly on my skin, and it nearly suffocated me. We were just walking. It wasn't even strenuous. I'd never realized how unbearable this condition could be.
千鶴ちゃん、大丈夫？やっぱり夜まで休んだ方がいいかな。
Maybe you should quote that. No, I'm fine.
嘘つき。
What? I'm not lying.
僕、落ち水を飲んでるんだよ。君が今どれだけ苦しい思いをしてるかわからないはずないでしょ。何より君は鬼なんだから僕たち以上の苦しみを味わってるかもしれないんだ。
He scolded me sternly, but there was nothing really that I could say.
本当はすごく辛いのに意地を張ってるのは僕に遠慮してるかな。
Well, words struggled to come to mind.
少し休憩しようか。木陰に入れば日の光の元にいるよりはマシだと思うから。
But we don't have time to rest.
平気だよ。江戸まではまだ結構あるし、今のうちに休んでおいた方が先々のためにもなると思う。それに僕だって日中は辛くないわけじゃないしね。
Oh, right. I was so focused on my own discomfort that I had forgotten to consider how Okita must be feeling. Since he had become a fury, it must have been agonizing for him to be under the sunlight as well.
水臭いな。いちいち謝らなくてもいいよ。
But I know you hope to reach Kondo as soon as possible, Okita. Okita averted his gaze. His silence had all but confirmed what I was only thinking.
もちろん近藤さんのことは気になるけど、あの土方さんがついてるんだし、最悪の事態にはならないはずだよ。
I sensed a coldness in his voice. I was sure that, at the end of the day, Okita trusted Hijikata still, but it seemed as though his trust was conditional, and that Okita nursed an inner conflict about it. Hijikata knows what he's doing.
そう。嫌味なぐらい先の先まで考えて動く上、手段を選ばない。そういうところが気に入らないんだけど。
1 o'clock.
そんな顔しなくてもいいじゃない。新選組幹部だって人間だし、好き嫌いはあるよ。まあとにかく少し休むだけの余裕はあるってことを言いたかったんだ。
Hijikata. How should I respond? I'm sorry. All of the guilt in my heart was almost impossible to contain by this point, so I found myself apologizing. It's not that I don't trust you or Hijikata. It's just that I couldn't help but feel anxious about Kondo's well-being. If Kaoru hadn't gotten our way, then Okita and I would have been able to find the chief and ensure his safety. Thinking about what choices we could have changed did nothing to stop the flow of tears running down my face.
しずるちゃん、どうして泣いてるの？
Stop. If it weren't for me, Kaoru wouldn't have been in the picture, meaning Okita wouldn't have needed to drink the water of life. As if the curse of becoming a Fury wasn't enough, the serum did nothing to cure his tuberculosis. Instead, it was consuming him, spreading it through his body.
バカだな。そんなこと気にしてたの？君が苦しむ必要なんてないのに。
But
いいから、もう泣き止んで。
Okita's slender fingers reached to touch my cheeks. He gently nudged the tears away before they could drop to the ground. It was bewildering to witness this tender side of Okita, and at first I flinched, worried he would hurt me. I felt bad thinking he was wasting any amount of emotional energy on me as I cried in front of him. But the tears had kept flowing, and like clockwork, Okita comforted me with the soft tickle of his hands as they wiped each tear with a warm touch.
千鶴ちゃん、君はとても優しい子だけど、今だけでも自分のことを考えてくれないと困るよ。
His voice was so familiar to me now, and he spoke to me as if he were assuring a small child.
覚えてるでしょ？今回、君を甲府に連れてくるって決めたのは僕だったよね。君を置き去りにしないで、こうして一緒に帰るって決めたのも僕だ。だから君は何も気にしないで。
He's so sweet. Okita's words were quite thoughtful, and it was difficult to feel like I deserved to hear them. However, he had a way of wiggling his way into my ear to melt away my anxieties. I can't speak, guys. Thinking about all of this made it harder to stop crying.
わかった。
No, I don't got it. I couldn't look him in the eye, but I nodded.
うなずくだけじゃなくて、ちゃんと返事をしてくれなきゃ。
Bish! Okay.
よろしい。いい子だね、千鶴ちゃん。
Okita wiped my tears once more, delicately placing his fingers under my chin until I stopped crying. In his warmth, I began to realize I'm in love with Okita. I loved him more than anything or anyone, and there was no chance of stopping it.
僕のために泣いてくれる人が近藤さん以外にいるなんて思わなかったな。僕なんてたとえ死んじゃっても 誰も気にしないと思ってたのに。
His voice was barely a whisper, and each word seemed to pull out of him the reminder of a distant bitter memory. What? I raised my head up in hopes of asking him what he meant by that, but
なんでもないよ。こっちの話。
Okita shut his mouth, leaving me to ponder what had been hurting this man for so long.
こっちにおいで、千鶴ちゃん。
Okay. Okita clasped my hand, leading me to a cool, shaded area away from the trail. They literally stood there in the burning sun doing that. Oh. Taking a seat under the tree was a soothing reprieve, one I felt immediately as I left the sunlight.
どう？だいぶ楽になったでしょ？僕の方が先に羅刹になったんだから。先輩の言うことは聞くものだよ。
Thank you, Okita. If we take a breather here, I think I'll get myself to keep going.
休憩だけじゃ足りないよ。ちょっと眠った方がいい。
What? I'm fine. I'm not tired enough to sleep.
君って見た目に似合わず、意地っ張りだよね。自分では気づいてないだろうけど、今にも倒れそうな顔してるよ。
Well, watching him sigh out of frustration made it more difficult to offer any more objections, and unfortunately, we are stuck with ads. I will see you back soon.
Lights out, lying in your arms, and these feelings start to change. One look into
No animals allowed. I do have to check something though. This. You're gonna be right back? Okay. Watching him sigh out of frustration made it more difficult to offer any more objections.
ほら、もっと近くにおいでよ。離れてたら風邪ひいちゃう。
Okita drew me into his chest. I'm just gonna sit here like this, guys. We're gonna wait for King to come back. The suddenness of his actions made me flustered. Shh! Why are you leaning against that? The suddenness of his actions made me flustered, and it was difficult to resist.
こうやって僕も一緒に寝るから遠慮なんてしなくてもいいからね。
Okita? I barely had any room to budge in his arms, and I was tight in his warm embrace. My cheeks burned with color. I could almost feel the blood rise to the surface of my skin, and of course, I was blushing.
can run away from here, from everything that we hold dear. But you take my hand now, you're the missing piece I found. There's no one else, someone around. A shining beacon leading me to freedom. I feel like I'm dreaming, dreaming. We can take our time, we've got forever.
The night has come, it's cold and losing my control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. Let's stop this conversation. We got no relation. I have come, it's cold and losing my control. Control. Your light is gone, and lonely darkness fill my soul. I wish that you could save me from my isolation. It's way too complicated. Let's stop this conversation. this conversation. We got no relation. No relation. Got no relation. No relation. 1, 2, 3. It's crazy. It's crazy.
looking for you, but the time showed me how you really were. When you turn off the light, your eyes were the guide. You hold me all the night. I'll run away from you without direction, losing my breath. I'm trying to forget. Hesitate, I gotta tell you, but I wanna wait. Never thought that feelings could disappear. Why the sorry never feels sincere, but you gotta hear mother's eyes. They faded fast and then we tripped the wire. Too many times I told you I believe there is nothing left for me, left to see. It's impossible, I can't seem to let you go. I try to reach you. It's so difficult. you down.
New Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn, plus the scrubbing power of a magic eraser.
You ready?
Oh, no.
Try my Old Spice. You can use it on your pits, chest, and even your...
me to a special place in my mind where we can be together. And I still hope that you'll be mine forever, even though you're far away. I still know we need to be together. We are together.
some people wake up Sunday, feel hungover. And I look at all my friends like told you so. While you take that time off, I keep getting closer. I don't care about getting late, I just care about getting paid. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the weekend. I'm sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the weekend. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for the weekend. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Yeah, some people 9 to 5 and get all righteous. And I try to live that life, but that ain't me. All the money that I'm making, yeah, it's priceless. I don't care about enemies, cause I know where I'm meant to be. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the weekend. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the weekend. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no
Guys, I'm really sorry, but we are gonna have to end for the time being. God, I can't fucking. Here you go. Where's Okita? There's Okita. Alright. I will have to start up again later. When we're probably doing shit after dinner. So, we'll see how much we can get done after dinner. Thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and raid into the Empress while they are doing their special event to the uterus. Please show the Empress some love. I'm gonna lay down my shoulders in excruciating pain, and Cal has been extremely fussy. Just gonna do a group nap time. Love you guys. I will see you later this evening. Bye!